we're live. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today we'll be covering some stuff, and look at that, I'm so popular on Skype right now. This is my buddy Andrea, hello, or GM as we might call it. Anyway, let's move on. How do we get this full screen? There you are. Alright. Welcome to my tutorial. First of all, I'm going to tell you which tools you need. I'm going to talk about lightsaber design and where you can get inspiration from. I'm going to talk about modeling in 3D Studio Max, and I'm going to cover some of the tools. I'll be covering UVW mapping, where you need to pay attention to in 3D Studio Max, and I'm going to cover some texturing tricks. Yeah, I'm still popular. Anyway, I'm going to talk about exporting to MD3 with Gmax. It's an old program still, maybe even I think 10 years old, but still very useful for making lightsabers and map props for Jedi Academy. I'll be covering the compiling and the testing in game, where you can place them, and not just place them in a Pake3, but place them in your base folders, just in subfolders for Windows, and I'll show you how you can make Jedi Academy read those folders. I'll be covering shader creating, so that's glowing and specular maps, those kind of thing. And in the end, I'll be covering the completing of the Pake3 file and publishing your work. The tools you need. Well, I'll be working in 3D Studio Max 2013. It doesn't really matter which version you use. We're going to export it from 3D Studio Max to Gmax in a 3ds file. You can check that out right now. Maybe you can even start your program at this moment while watching this live stream, and even if you are not watching right now and looking back at the things I've uploaded, you can also go do this right now and continue watching and hearing what I say. Anyway, another program which you need is Gmax. I've put the link in the description. Photoshop, any version will do. You can also use GIMP. I didn't place it in there, but it speaks for itself. You can also use GIMP for various texturing creating. I prefer Photoshop because, well, I worked for it for around 4 years, 5 years or so. You need the Jedi Academy SDK, the source editing pack. It's found on JCube. I'll also place the link in the description. You can see we'll be using the MD3 file, mod view, and shader editor. Pakscape for opening and saving Pake3 files. And some optional things is a Wacom bamboo tablet. I've got a very basic model. It's just a pen with 2 buttons and a tablet which is applied to my computer with an USB. A pencil and paper for the people who prefer pencil and paper. You can also draw your sketches or anything you want on the pencil and paper. Just scan it in or make a picture and work from that. Notepad++ is a very useful tool for making shaders and SEP files and those kind of thing. And another thing you might want to use is coffee, and I already had 2 coffees for today. I might even need more, so that might be the reason why sometimes it's very quiet in the back and nothing happens on screen. It's just because I need another cup of coffee, because I want to do this within 2 hours, and I never did that before. Lightsaber design. Alright, so what I'm going to show you. For a lightsaber design, you can take any object basically. You can take your iPhone, you can take a mouse, you can take a calculator, doesn't even matter what. Maybe even your razor, your shaver. Doesn't really matter what. You can even get a car and use that as inspiration. Because everything that's around you has a different design, and if you combine those ideas, you can create something completely different. something which is nice. For example, I'll show you with my mouse. You can take ideas from the pommels and the other hilts from the movies and use that in your design also. So basically you just take and scramble ideas, and you can also add your own. Like I'll show you later, my design is nothing like this, nothing like any of those, but it will be a lightsaber with an X looks like shape. Maybe comes close to the Raven design. Combined with existing, as I said, metals work well. Metals work very well for lightsabers. Mostly lightsabers are made from metal, but what I mean with that is you can use not only iron and steel, but also use copper, use reddish colors. You can use gold and silver, and all those kind of colors work really well with it. And another rule is less is best. Those things are really detailed, but you see details and designs coming back in various ways. For example, you see cylinders running around this. It also comes back in the Mace Windu style. You can see it over here on the lower side and on the upper side of the Obi-Wan Kenobi from Episode 1. And the pommel, which has some sort of dots, I don't know what it is, but they have it on the pommel on the lower piece of the hilt. You can also use rings, add rings, but yeah, that's also for Jedi Academy. I'll say make it plain. I'll cover that later. Don't worry about it. Modeling in 3D Studio Max. Well, let's switch to the software. I'll show you a Photoshop design. I made this during class sometimes in the breaks in the past 2 weeks. Just little pieces of work and combine them. It's a really simple design. Really, I didn't pay much attention to much of the details. It doesn't really look that exaggerated. Maybe it took 1 or 2 hours to create it. Well, one of the things you can see is the pommel, which has the same design as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I've had some sort of texture I'd like to use. What the hell do you want? Oh, hehe. You can check back later what I also already said. Anyway, yeah, I also added some rings. I might make them 3D and might make them not 3D. I'll make the button 3D, for example, and the shiny ass thing on the top, but I'll show you later. So now the real question is, how do we get this thing from here to a 3D situation? I'm going to File, I'm going to save this, and I hope my computer cooperates. I'm going to my 3D Studio Max project folder, make a new folder. You can place it anywhere you want, don't worry about this. I'll just say new Vulcan Saber. You can also import PSDs, but JPEGs work better. Just goes more fluently, and 3D Studio Max doesn't have to render everything that way. So there you go. I'm going for full detail, and it will export. I hope 99. There you go. All right. This is 3D Studio Max. This is the first thing you'll see when you open Max, and I'm going to show you how to get this in the program. So I'm just opening an Explorer window. I'm going to Libraries. I'm going to move back to where I saved that file, and this is quite important. So let's see, new Vulcan Saber. Get a lot of projects already going on. Alright, so here we can see the JPEG file. This is my dimensions. I'm going to use these dimensions on a plane I make in 3D Studio Max. So I'm going to click this. I'm going to select left. Come on. Oh yeah, of course it happened. I'm not sure if you are lagging, but I'll make sure. Let's see. There you go. Length. We're going for 302. Well, that's bullshit. I'm not going for 302. 320. I'm going for 320 width, and the length will be 240. There you go. I'm going to create this, and if everything works well, slow today. There you go. Segments to 1, so it's just one solid plane. Something, wow, never saw that before. Anyway, something you have to check out is the preferences. You go to customize preferences, and there will be something in the renderer setup. Let's see if I get that right. Yeah, there you go. Viewports. You go to preference settings, viewports, and then you go to configure driver. You're going for your whatever it is, your VGA card, and then you check match bitmap size as closely as possible, and go that for same for download texture size and appearance preferences. So what this will do, it will copy the full resolution of this file to this file. Otherwise, it will resize the texture so it's easier to render in software. And we don't want that. We want the full detail and the full experience out of it. So I'm going to open the material editor. I just did that. It's on the top over here. And this is a standard view. You can check that out with modes and then go standard. I'll go choose bitmap. And I'll import. I'll just select this on the top, copy it over here, press enter, and I'll have it here. So I'm selecting Saber concept, open it up, and now we want to apply this material to the plane. I'll just select assign material to selection, and now I click show standard map in viewport, and now magically it will appear. Alright, so if you have 3D Studio Max open right now, you can choose and just try what I just did. Try around some. I'll go check out those guys, maybe see if they are online. I'm going to check how many followers I have. I have 3, no, that's not bad. This is my first broadcast ever, so that's not bad. Alright, let's continue. So go back to the view, go back to the broadcast. I'm going to show you how to make the lightsaber in 3D. I'm going to select a cylinder, and I'm going Alt W, by the way, Alt W or this button over here is maximize viewport. Yeah, you can use Alt and the middle mouse to move around. You can use the middle mouse, just the middle mouse, to move around in these ports. And F3, F4, F3 shows smooth and highlights like it does in the perspective view. F4 shows also the lines and vertices that will be important later on. Alright, so I'm going to create, I'm just drag and drop. I selected cylinder over here. I'm going to drag and drop, and now I'm going up with my mouse, and there you go, there's a cylinder. I'm selecting Alt W again, so I've got this full screen. You can also use W, E, and R respectively. I'm going to select the red arrow. I'm going to draw it right in the middle over there. Something very important, I'm pressing F4 now to show the polygons, is the sides. So you want to have this as low as possible while remaining a real cylinder look. So you can use 6. That will show like this in the game. But what works best is 8 in my opinion. So it still shows a nice round object. Because think about it, it's going to be a very small prop. Right, the height segments I'm going to go for 1 first. And I can adjust the radius over here, so it shows a little bit more like the original file. I'm going to drop this right down, into the point where it doesn't fit anymore. So now you can adjust the height. And now we're going to start modeling entirely. So what I'm going to do, I'm pressing the right mouse button. This will open a menu. And I go to Convert to Editable Poly. And this will transform the entire thing in a 3D model, which you can use. Now, there are various selection tools. You have vertices, that are the dots over here. You have got edges, those are those lines. You've got borders, that's all edges that I can show you when I delete this polygon on the top. This will be a border. It's simply a place where the cap ends and not solid. And as I just showed you, polygon selection tools. So polygons are basically pieces that are made out of 3 or more edges together. So, and the final is element. You can use that for multiple meshes in one mesh. So I'm going to start adjusting this. So I'm going to edge. I'm going to press Alt-X. It will make it opaque. I'm dragging and dropping. So I select all these edges that are around this. And in the Edit Edges, there's a button next to Connect. I'm pressing this. So Edit Edges, Connect, and if my computer wants it to happen, it will open a small menu over here. So you can use this to slide along, and you can use pinch for more segments. I'm going for one segment first, and I'll just place it right above that little ring, and pressing OK. Now I'm going back to the vertex mode, click and drop, and I'm going for this, the basic select and uniform scale, and then you can drag this around. I can show the effect, Alt-X. There you go. It's a little bit extruded that way. So what I want to do, I want to make multiple objects. So the cylinder in the middle and until the pommel will be one mesh. The X will be one mesh, and the crystal, which will be shown on this side, and another one on the other, will be two meshes or one mesh. I can make them together, put them together. Anyway, another very important tool is you can select the border. I just deleted the top cap. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Let's go back. I want to have this extruded exactly round. So I just pressed Ctrl Z to go back. I'm making sure every object is selected in this pivot. I'll just drag and drop, and I'll say, well, it's fine. Alt-X to see the effect, and I'm going Alt-X back to see where I want to go. So I'm going to border view. I'm clicking this. I'm going to select a move. Shortcut is W. And while holding Shift, I click the Y and drag it up and until I'm there. And then you see, well, this is not perfectly lined up. I want to adjust this, so I'm just selecting those vertices again. And I'm selecting this guy over here. All dimensions. Shouldn't be all dimensions. I can use this, which is everything in, except the Z. And there you go. While keeping the length, I can adjust the width. Well, that's one. And now I can adjust these vertices, move them up, and select these two and move them up. There you go. Alright, so now I'll be covering this pommel. Will be very basic also. Going to the bottom, polygon, delete this polygon, and I'm going to do the same trick as I just did above. I'm going to extrude this a little bit down. Oh wait, no, let's make that ring 3D, shall we? So I just pressing and holding Shift, and I'm going to drag this. And you'll see that edge is expanding over there. Now I'm going to do the same. Press W, select and move down, and there you go. There's a little ring over there. See? Well, I can just do this again. Over there. And I'll do this again. Down. There you go. And now, to make this a cap, we can go here in the edit borders and press cap. There you go. It's locked. And those small cubes, I'll add them later. Alright, so that's it for the basic cylinder. I'm going to add some details in the thing itself. So I'm going to give you the chance again to move around try some of the techniques I just showed you. So it's W for the move tool, press and hold Shift to expand these vertices and as you expand the edges. You can check out the polygon tools. I'm giving you the chance to do that. Well, I'll check replies, anything what came up to me. Just got something from my JK hub that someone has made a comment, I think. Or was it? Yes, it was. A message from Captain Crazy. Ha! Well, Captain Crazy, thanks for watching. Thanks for joining us. Let's see. Is it just me or is it very slow? No, it's not just, it's just me. 6 watching. Cool. Hello, boys. Alright, let's go on. Let's move on. So, I'm asking you again to check back at the broadcast and stop moving around in 3ds Max. Pay attention again, class. Alright, I'm going to add some details over here. I made a ring over here and I want to extrude this from the model. So I'm going to select the edge tool again. Dragging and dropping, click and drag, go to connect. I want 2 segments and I want them pinched so it comes close to each other, and I'm going to slide up. And what is a nice feature of this software is that you can, while dragging and clicking this and dragging all the way around the screen, your mouse will move to the other side of your screen when you hit the edge. So that's very nice. So that's basically around that place, and I'm going to click and drag those vertices, drag them down again. And now I want this to be extruded. So how are we going to do that? I'm going to polygon mode. I'm going to click and drag those polygons, and I'm clicking extrude. So what this will do, it will take those polygons and extrude them. And I'm clicking here for local and normal. You can also check by polygon. Doesn't really look that bad, I must say, but if you take a look at it from a user perspective of the lightsaber, it wouldn't really be well to hold that in your hands. Really edgy. So, alright, another. If you press F2, you won't see the selection, you'll just see the lines. I'm going to move this a little bit down. I'm going to pay attention to the left side of the screen. I'll press OK. I'm going back to vertex mode. I'm selecting this on the edge, and the second one, which is on the same edge actually, I press shift click. So this will select an entire border, you can say, of everything which is in the ring connected to each other. So I'm pressing this, we'll press and hold shift, and it will select everything over here. So I'm pressing R, we'll select a uniform, scale it, and pressing and holding this, move this down a little bit. So in 3D it looks a little bit like this. Not too shabby, right? Works pretty well. So another thing you can do to add those edges and add those rings to a 3D model is just creating another cylinder. And let's see, how do we do that? I'm going to click Snap Toggle, right mouse, and here I'll select Pivot. So the pivot point is the place that you will move around the model with. So I'm going to click Pivot, exit this, I'm going to Snap Toggle it, and now it will create a cylinder exactly at the same pivot as the model, as the other model. So let's just make the radius really small, and I'm going to click this again. I'm going to make the height a little bit lower. And the reason why I'm doing this, and later on, well, when we are going to make the UVW map, you can just copy the UV maps from this model and to the other rings. It would be very useful because, well, it's always best to reuse textures for this purpose. So let's see, what can we do for this? I can just select this, I'm going to shift and drag, copy that, make a reference of it, go select a uniform scale it again, like this. Well, let's just edit this, shall we? This is another way to make it another editable poly. You can right click this and just make it editable poly, same as convert to editable poly. So this is just a different way of doing it. I use both depending on which side of the screen I'm working with. Alright, so I'll move this a little bit down. I'm going to move this guy a little bit down and rescaling it. Now I want it to, yeah, I could do that, but well, let's just use the mirror tool for this. Just to copy the live view, 0 offset. There you go. And I can use the UVWs from this guy, this, and this. Same. Will be the same. It will be exactly the same texture. It will be really useful, and you can use this piece of material and attach them later on while we're working with the UV maps. So let's make the emitter of the lightsaber. I didn't draw it over here, but I have a slight idea of how I want to make it. Let's see, how do we do this? It's always nice to work around with this. I just selected the border and pressed and hold shift while moving around with the scale tool. Now I'm going to press and hold Z and move it all the way down. I'm moving all the way using all my desktop I can use for my desk to do this. Now it will be exactly at the same size, you see. It will be entirely flat. You can also use a small button over here called Make Planner, and Z works exactly the same. But, I've got a big desk, so I can do that. So we have this. I'm going to extrude this again a little bit. Move this down again. And what I can do is make a little extrusion over here and make this a cap. There you go. So this is the model for now. Something you might also notice, and I'll be covering that now, you can, if you want, you can, wait, let me give this guy a link also. Some guy I know for years. No, not this. That doesn't really work really well. I'm giving you now the opportunity to work around, so take that opportunity. Just move around in 3D Studio Max, play around with the software. It's a really good way to get to know the software if you just play around. Let's see if he reacts on that. I'm using two screens actually. I'm having my laptop on the other side of my desk. Work with both. Well, he doesn't react at all. That's great. Anyway, I'm assuming you already worked around a little bit, so I'm going to 3D Studio Max again. And this time I'll be covering the smoothing groups. So what a smoothing group is, you can see it already here. It's just a way for 3D Studio Max or any game engine to know which side is made smooth. So this is made smooth, but this is not. This piece has no smoothing group yet. Well, to do this, we go to polygon mode, go to edit polygons, and I'm going to smoothing groups. I'll just check which smoothing group they used over here. An easier way is to go in this view. It's number 4, and I'll just click and drag those polygons, and I click 4. And now it looks like it's one big piece over here. Alright? So we'll do that over here. 1v4, well, that doesn't really matter. It doesn't change much. This thing has no smoothing group, so I'll just click this for 3. Otherwise, if I do it 4 and make it 4, it looks like it's one solid piece. But we don't want that. We want it to look like it's another piece of it. Make it 3. Well, those pieces aren't necessary because they're already smoothing group automatically, because it's a different model. I'll just click this, Alt Shift, click again, I'll make a ring. Let's make it 2. This we'll make it 4, no, we'll make it 2, no, 3, let's just go for 3. I'm going for 3 here also, and I'm going for 2. There you go. Well, this is also good to make a smoothing group of. Let's make it 1. It doesn't really matter, you can also use up to 32 smoothing groups, but mostly smoothing groups are close to each other and you don't have to use multiple pieces of it. Alright, so let's make this 3 and make this, we can make it like it's one piece over here, but it won't be looking like really solid, so we're going for 2. This for 1, this for 2 again. So let's check real quick what they are saying about me. Ah, hello Pork Promuk. I'm not sure if you were watching, but if you are, thanks for watching. Let's see, what shall we continue on? Let's continue on the emitter button over here. So what I'm going to do, going to press Alt X again. This is going to be a little bit more advanced. I'm going to cover the cut tool. So what I'm going to show, I'm going to select those. I see I used another ring over here on the top. So let's make that first. Edit edges, connect, and go for 1 segment, and moving up all the way. Slide, not that way, there you go. -63 for me. Click and drag, extrude again. Well, let's see, this works good. Press 1, and move them back. There you go. And I don't think this guy needs any smoothing grips. Looks good the way it is. Well. So now I'm going to make this button, or recreate it. I see I didn't really size it up in the same place. It will be, I was a little bit distracted over there with the shout out at EFFclan.org. Anyway, let's create this yellowish button over here. I'm going to, let's think about it for a second. I'll just use the cut tool. Click here. Click over here. I'm going to click here. There. Let's try it again. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky to get this right, so you have to use the other view, the perspective view, to get this right. Another thing you can just do, maybe that's a better solution, instead of implying it in the model, is clicking a box. I'm going to create a small box over here. There we go. It's almost the same color. Angle snap. And 45 degrees. Let's make this a cube. Length 555. Just one segment. Generate mapping coordinates. Well, we'll be adjusting that later on. I'm going to scale it back over here. Move it down. And we can move it up over here. So it's a little bit extruded out of the model. There you go. Well, and maybe we'll have to adjust this model just a little bit. And we can do that over here. So, well, at this moment I have a big ass model in my way and I can't see any shit. So to do this, to hide this guy, we click right click, hide selection, and to get this back you just select unhide. But for this moment we'll just hide it. I'm clicking edge and moving down on this guy over here. No, delete. I'm not going to model a dildo. And then just make that humming sound a dildo makes. Oh my god, I'm such a pervert. Let's see. Well, this looks good already. Let's just do it this way. And we're going to go to edge mode again. I'm clicking those. I'm going to connect those and hope I can make them at the same. No, I can't. Well, at this moment the connect tool doesn't really work, and to bypass that we'll have to use slice plane. I'll just move up, click slice, and there you go. There's a new edge, perfectly straight. Make this a little more width. I can just move this a little bit on the side. There you go. Move this a little bit up. And I can select this these polygons. To select multiple polygons, I just click and click with Control. Hold. So I hold Control and click those polygons, and you have multiple polygons selected. So going to select. Going for inset. This up a little bit over here. And now I'm going to go for bevel. Too shabby. And to make this flat, you can just do this, but for this moment I'll just click X. There you go. I'm going to unhide it, and now I can use I can move this guy a little bit more in place, and I'll give him some smoothing grips. So let's see, there was something inside of the model over here. I'm not sure what it is. Looks like it isn't necessary to use this. If I delete it, probably these polygons will be deleted. Yes, it is. Alright, so let's see how we bypass that. So what this is pretty advanced stuff actually already. I work for what is it, like 4 years in 3D Studio Max, so I'll be using some techniques you'll see in a few minutes, and you're like, whoa, what the hell did you just do? If that's the case, just ask me and I'll try to do it again. Sometimes I work a little bit too fast and I get in the zone, and well, that isn't really that good of me. But I want to do this in less than 2 hours, as I said, and we're already moving up on 30 minutes. So let's see, how do we do this? How do we do this? You little guy. Let's see. Yeah, I got it. I'll just select this guy. And these two. Which make up this. Now you're like, oh my god, why did he do that? Well, don't worry about it. I'll show you how to fix such a thing. I'm going to edit geometry. I'm clicking create. And I'm going to create polygons. So I selected those two on the bottom. Over there, over there, over there, close. I'm going to select this guy. Over there, over there, over there, over there, close. And for your information, right click will just skip the last bit, so you don't have to click everything, you don't have to connect the last one. Just press right click and it will close it for me. So, and then again, it's a new polygon, so I have to give them the new smoothing rub. It's fixed. Like that. And now I can, another thing what I can do right now is, because this is made up out of 5 polygons, and Jedi Academy only sees meshes that are made out of triangles, I think it's called. You have to see how the model is going to be shown in Jedi Academy. I'll go to turn to poly, over here, limit polygon size, and make it 3. So this is how Jedi Academy sees the model in the game. You see there's a lot of information going on here. So let's see if I can move this a little bit down. For example, you have this, and there's a probability that the normals won't show correctly at this point. So what we have to do is create a little more polygons that way. Another rule you'll have to keep for making models for Jedi Academy, this applies to every model, even to swoops, to X-Wings, anything for Jedi Academy. Your model shouldn't be more than 500 polygons each, and 500 vertices, that is. So for now I'm working with 386 polygons, 233 verts. Well, that's not going to look well for me now. Well, I'll show you later on how to fix this. It's a minor fix. It doesn't really need much of it. It isn't really that hard to fix those guys. To fix something like that. By meaning, we'll just divide the model in less than 500 polygon meshes each. Anyway, we'll need again the slice plane. Well, I'm working with the program for already 5 years, and I'm still trying to figure out where everything is most of the time. There you go. No? Okay. Well, just select those polygons then. Slice, and there you have them. And now it created more vertices over here. And it created 2 of those guys. Well, we don't need that. This is going to be such a messy thing. It's going to be 2 more polygons for the game to render. So 2 more polygons is 4 more triangles. We don't want that. We don't want to give the game more things to work with than it already has to. So to bypass this, I'm going to target weld. It's in the vertex mode of target weld. Selecting this guy, move this up. Select this guy, move it over there, and over there. And that's it. So now it looks like this. Already starts to take shape, don't you think? Well, let's continue on it. I want these guys to have a smoothing group. Let's just give it a smoothing group of 2. And this guy on the side, let's give it a smoothing group of 1, 2, 3. So it looks like it's really hardened in the model. And this is 4, yeah, that's correct. Alright. Well, this doesn't really need to be smoothed out. Well, we can do that. So the smoothing group 3 doesn't touch it. There you go. A nice little button. So I can make my lightsaber turn on. Let's move this a little bit back. Well, later on I'll just create the texture so it just looks like I can flick this like that. Flick it on or turn it off. Just a little detail. Alright, let's make this badass axe and make it look like it's a real thing. It's going to hurt even when it's off, like I want it to. So I'm going to create the axe from a box, and I'll just select box, 0 length segments, 1 width segments, 1 length segments, and 1 height segment. Click and drag, and I'll try to get it as close as possible to the center over here. Now I'll do this, and a very nice way to get make a 3D axe. I already did it once. I never showed it to anyone, but I already did it once. Is add some symmetry maps. First of all, we're going to adjust it to a poly. I'm going to click this. Well, why shouldn't I click this? And I need to do this. So now I make a symmetry modifier. It's over here in the modifier tab, symmetry. And I'm going to click the Z-axis. It has to be exactly there, like that, exactly. There you go. And I'm going to add another symmetry map. Symmetry. And it's going on the X-axis. And to adjust the axis, adjust the mirror, you just open it up, press a little plus, click mirror, and move it to the side. Well, you see it disappears now. Just click flip. There you go. And now what this does, it will copy this single model over here to all the sides. So the only thing I have to do to make it look like an axe already is just edit vertices, target weld, and weld those together. And now when I take it out, it already has something like an axe look shape. Another nice feature you can use while doing this is show end result. And now I can model this single knife thingy, and it will copy everything on the other sides. So we can go to the edge level, select those edges, go to segments, going to slide it, and I'm skip that. I'm going to use the slice plane again. So use this slice plane. You can adjust the size, adjust the not the size, but the way it slices just by moving it around. And now I'm pressing slice. Let's make it not in the middle, but a little bit to the right, over here. Press slice. Alright. So, going back to edge level, and I'm going to move this guy over here. Move this guy somewhere along here. I can move this guy over here. And I'm going back to the edge level and make it extrude a little bit that way. So connect, slide 0. Maybe pinch it. No, doesn't work. Okay. Doesn't matter. I'll just make it flat myself. Edge level. Extrude just a little bit. And there we go. And I'm going to copy this process a few more times. Slice plane, you can try along if you want now. Back this guy up. And well, this guy needs to be up already. So over there. Just move this guy over here. Oh, there you go. Starts to look like something already. I'm going to move this model a little bit to this side. I can adjust the pivot. You can pay attention now again. You can adjust the pivot over here. I'll go from Create tab, from Modifier tab, to the Hierarchy tab. Click Effect Pivot Only, Center to Object. Now it will be centered exactly at the center of the object. And I'll click this again. There you go. It's moved exactly in the middle. And now I can use this to get this guy exactly in the place I want it to be. So let's place it over here. And I want it to be a little bit more fat. So I go to the top view, press F3, and move this a little bit out. I'm going to do the same for this. Watch out, you don't select the edge also. So now it looks like a very fatty piece of equipment. I can cut down the force with it. There you go. Nothing too shabby. We're almost done with the model. So let's move this up a little bit. We're not going to put a lot of detail work in this guy. I can move this a little bit up, and you have this guy. Let's move them up a little bit inside of the model, and I'll just do it like that. I can also extrude it, like it can cut both ways, and then make this a little bit smaller. So it appears like it can cut this way too, like a skull cracker or so. I'm just going to move around those guys, those vertices, until it looks sexy. Well, I think this looks sexy. Let's move this guy a little bit to the back, so I can move around him a little bit. And it's always good to observe the entire model and check for something like details you can add. Well, there you go. Let's move to the crystal. And to make the crystal appear a little bit more like I wanted to make the crystal look like. I'll just make a little material over here. So I click the material tab. Let's make it blue. And I'm going to slide the opacity down to 20 and make the specular level up so it appears a little bit more glassy. So, and the same, it is basically a cube made a little bit more narrow, and then just turn it 45 degrees. So let's make it a cube, and I'm going to make it 45 degrees. Move this down a little bit, move this up a little bit, like that. There you go. Move a little bit in place. I'm going to little poly, and I don't need this polygon entirely, so I'm going to edit polygons. And there should be a button somewhere, and the polygons and the geometry called collapse. And there you go. And we can use this as a base for our entire model. So, well, I see this needs to be extruded a little bit to the back. Let's just do it like this. Just a little bit. And I'm going to move this a little bit to the front. Like that. Maybe I should make the little guy a little bit up. I don't want it that pointy, of course. It's going to be a crystal, not something you can point some people's eyes out. That's where the X is for. So, like that. Yeah, looks close. Doesn't have to be that detailed. Let's just check how this guy looks when it's made of crystal. Well, you can, it now looks like it's all made out of crosses. I can adjust the way transparency is made in this tab. Smooth and highlights. I'm going to transparency, select best. There you go. You can even just make a little render out of it to see how it appears. Oh, it appears a little bit like a crystal. You don't have to pay much attention to this guy. It's basically to see how it appears and how it should appear. You know those crystals you have in the rift level? I don't know what's called from my head, but you have this rift level in Jedi Academy with a giant ravine. And at the end there's an entire tomb crashing down on you. Well, those kind of crystals, that kind of shader I'll be using on this guy. This crystal. So I can create it like this, but I'm afraid I'll be using too much of the I'll be using too much detail that way. So I can just make the specular map appear like that, and we'll have exactly the same appearance. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to copy this guy to the other side. So, well, it's an offset, not the Y. It's going to be the X. And if you press and hold Shift while holding it, you can move this guy around. Doesn't have to be all exact. Just make it just right. Like so. Alright. And now let's finish the pommel. We're almost done. And to do that we can go to editable poly again. I can select these polygons with just a few, because we made an 8-inch cylinder. We can use 4 of those to make 4 of those little cubes. I'm going to inset it. Okay, and I'm going to extrude it. Okay, and now what we want to do, I still have those, to save polygons and save triangles. I'm going to select those. I just pressed row, the edge, and I'm going to detach them. So I'm going to detach them as pommel underscore cubes. And what we're now going to do, I'm going to unhide everything. I'm going to select these, these four, this guy, this, delete them, go to the border selection mode, and I'm going to cap them. So this will create new polygons. And the reason why I'm doing this is just to save triangles. It will be easier for the game to load the model and use it overall. So I can unhide everything again, and let's attach this to the main model again. Edit geometry, attach, press once, and there you go, it's attached. I could do the same with the others, but I don't really feel like it. So there you go, there's the model. Let's hide this. I just completed a 3D model. So feel free to move around some. I'm going to check my YouTube account, going to check how everything is going over here. Feel free to make a comment, leave suggestions, leave ideas. I'm not sure if you're working with 3D Studio Max at this moment, but feel free to go. Alright, are we ready? Let's continue again. I was thinking about getting a coffee, but let's skip that. Let's move on. Alright, so we've got this entire model we haven't done. What I want to do right now is add some texture and get the entire model ready for the game. So what we want to do now is, I can show you here, we just cover the modeling in 3D Studio Max. I'm going to show UV mapping. So first, some rules about UV mapping. When you use bigger parts, it needs more space, and when you have smaller parts like buttons and those small cubes I have in the pommel, you use less space. The reason you do that is that you want to have a maximum resolution and max quality out of your models. In other words, also keep your polygons flat. And what I mean with it is that it's really easy to get some polygons that are close to each other, and the edges will be very next to each other instead of really cubic. And I'll show you what I mean with it in a few seconds. It will stretch the textures that way. And something else that's important for texturing is edge padding. Always leave a little bit space between the models that are not attached to each other. So this is a quite very good way to is a good and effective way to get all your detail out of it. And instead, that edge padding, what I mean is that the texture just overlaps a little bit more on the side of where you made your UV map. I'll just skip to it, and I'll show you what I mean with it. To make a UV map for the entire model, we'll just select this entire thing, 8 objects for this moment, going to the modifier list, and I'm going to UV map. Yes, to edit the modifier you applied, selecting. Alright, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really work that way. We want to have these two have the same textures as the other, so we're going to hide that. Maybe you haven't used the technique, maybe you have. That way you can learn from what I do also. And I'm learning from myself at the very moment too. So I'm going to adjust the width. I'm going to select Gizmo. And if you select Gizmo, you can move around just like the mirror tool. Let's make this 45 degree or 90 degree angle. Make it smaller, a little more narrow. Move this up a little bit like it's this, and adjust the length. So what this does, basically, is it will add a UV map in this position. It's a really ancient way of doing it, but I'm used to it. So, going to unwrap it, and what this will do, it will, if everything went right, will show every model in this view. There you go. This is the UV mapping tool. So, I won't cover all these little buttons, I won't cover all those little buttons. I'll just cover everything what I use, and maybe there are some experts watching right now. Yeah, I just use everything so it works, basically. So, without further ado, let's continue on making the model. And I'm seeing I made a little bit of a mistake over here in the X. Still has the same normals over there, but I can adjust that later on. Maybe I have to make a little note somewhere. Let's do that, shall we? Some other project I'm working on. Adjust normals on X. Little dragon. You'll see what I mean in a few minutes. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the big parts first. Like I said, big parts need more space. So, this is a big part. And this has to be applied to that. Over here. And on top, over here. Has to use the same. Well, this is one side. I'm going to click this planar map. This will make a planar map of your entire model. I'm going to move this up, and I'm going to invert selection. That shortcut is Control I. Well, I wanted to have it for this model, obviously. So, well, how do we do this? Let's just click this tab. And don't crash, Max. Oh, that's also a good idea. Maybe I should save. Let's do that. Maybe a good idea. Imagine what happens if I save and I lose all my progress. Seriously, I had that before. It's nasty to have that. So I'll just save it as model 01 and save. And now I have the box one, the X piece selected. I'm just going pressing unwrap, open UV editor. You have this big guy, and you have this big guy, and I want to have it the same size as the other guy, like that. And now I can move them over and try to get them aligned perfectly with each other, as close as possible. And why I do this is that it will help you later on, while texturing, to get the same kind of appearance on both sides of the model, and you'll preserve a lot of space. So what I want to do now is select these two polygons. You can also weld them back together, but I'm not going to do that. well, there's some polygons that are inside of each other, like this. Just get this guy out. And over here, get this little guy out. Those little buggers could kinda disappear. Well, this is the same as over here, so just select that, those two, move them up. And this guy and this guy. And on the other side, there's the same there and there, and move them up. I can the same tools like you have in the modeling view apply here. You can use Alt to move them back over here, move them back a little bit. Pressing 1, 2, 3 respectively changes the way you have your selections. So 1 is vertex, 2 is edge, 3 is face. I recommend to use shortcuts because it really speeds up your work. Alright, so it looks pretty good. Maybe I should make this a little bit, lower this just a little bit over here. Oh, there you go. That's the first UV now. So we're done with this. Let's move on to another piece. And maybe it's good to collapse this. No, I'm not going to collapse it. Later on, when I'm done. Alright, so this texture can also be applied to this texture. So let's just remove this modifier. And I'll select this guy. Oh, I can also collapse this. We will be using the same texture on this, same as with the X. And this can be done really easy. We're going to select the face, and I'm just going to move this around to a nice place, nice and quiet, where I can extrude it. There was a button I remember over here that selects the entire round object. I think it was one of these. Alright. Well, you can also do this in this view. You go unhide all, or unhide unselected. Select these, this, 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 and this. I'm going to extrude this, like so. So these sides will be applied like it's a giant crystal, that way. And let's just keep it like that. Doesn't really need that much work. There's not that much detail in it. So I'm going to unhide this, and I'm going to drag and drop to the other side. And if everything worked well, it will have exactly the same UV map as over here. It's possible that the UV maps will be weird and weirded out. If that's the case, we'll have to solve that later on. And maybe it works out pretty well, even if it looks fucked up. So that's pretty cool. Right, let's skip to this. We'll have to select multiple of those. And I'm going to select multiple because I want to know where everything is placed in the map, in the view. So this, with this, and everything works out well. Come on, please, computer. Don't let me down now. I want to have this little cylinder too. Yeah. Alright. Maybe this then. Yeah. And the big ass X. And they all have the same unwrap modifier. There you go. See? And now you can keep track of where everything is placed in your view. So what we want to do is select the rings and select everything that is a cylinder, and we're going to unwrap it like you have those giant wraps from McDonald's. Oh my god, I'm hungry. I didn't have lunch yet. We're going to press cylindrical map, and there you go. You're actually already done with it, almost like so. Well, there's something you can just a little bit screwed up. We can select those two, imply them in it, click them again. No, I want it cylindrical, not like that. There you go, that's more like it. Well, sometimes it looks a little bit messy. So to solve that, I'll just have to select this, break, press and hold shift, and it will keep it on the same level. I'm going to try to get this at the same as over there. See? And there you go. And I can weld those. I still have to guess which of the two is it. I think it's this. No, it's not. Okay, is it this? No, it's not. Is it one of those? Yeah, it is. There you go. I can do this. Right, so what's those? Yeah. Well, there's one thing you might notice is I had a ring and it's over here. I think here. Yeah. You can see it. If you press Z, well, you have a polygon selected. You'll see the selection. You go to a selection straight away. So I'm going to click and drag those and move them up. Well, you're not supposed to do that. So there should be something like you always get such you always get such mistakes like I'm making. This is F3, just shows if the wireframe, and I'm going to check where this guy went. Let's see. This polygon is entirely over there, but where is? You little bugger. Alright, let's see how we can fix this. It's Murphy's Law. So, should be those two, That's right. These two. Just look around at those. Going to select the faces, and I want to have this face back again at its right position, at where it should be. And I think it's the vertex is somewhere inside of it, like one of these. I'm still not sure why it does that. You know what? We're going to do this differently. I'm going to select these also, this ring, and we'll move it someplace else on the model. I'll just make sure that everything that is the bottom of these rings is applied somewhere on the UV map on the same position. So again, I'm pressing Z. I'm pressing Z to get the full view, and I'm pressing and holding Control to get these, select those models separately, so those polygons separately. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to scroll, planar map, and there you go, you have a planar map of the entire model. I'm going to press Z view, that way it will show correctly. And I can reuse this as many times as I want. I can create the entire model out of it. It looks like I forgot something somewhere, because I'm seeing this over here isn't applied. It's over here. Ah, there you go. I didn't miss anything. It's just this, the bottom side of the button. Alright, so moving on. Let's see. Well, we made that guy, we made that guy. We have to separate the pommel. It's pommel curve, right? Maybe some of you can Google it. Just place it in the comments. We have this and deselect the button. Oh yeah, of course. Ignore big facing. If you want to select it from over here, you have back facing on, it will just select a part of it. And if you deselect it, it will select everything throughout the entire model. Can be handy sometimes, but most of all, it can be a real pain if you didn't pay attention that good what you just selected. Right, so I want this, and I want this done in a separate, in this cylinder mode. Press set, and it will look quite nicely. I have to just adjust the size of it, move this down, and again there's something over here that just doesn't look right. It's 1, 2, 3, should be over here somewhere. Well, I can also just get those guys and overlap each other. Maybe that's a better solution. Move this down a little bit more. I want to select those. I'm going to press Alt, that's deselect, and there you go. I've just selected all the pommel cubes, is how I'd like to call them. And I can just overlap them. I'll scroll in a bit. Again, it doesn't really have to be that detailed and that precise. You won't notice the difference either. So, well, I'm going to press these, this, and this, and I want to make those guys a little bit smaller. So now you have the sides also textured. You can make this bigger, the entire thing, and that way you'll have more detail for it. Is it really necessary to move it out a little too much, because it will be a very small detail on the entire model, just like the button. Well, let's select this button. It might be needing a little bit more of a detail work, so I'm going to move this up, select this, deselect that, and move it up. And I'm pressing and holding Alt for this. Well, and I can see that these two has to be attached to each other actually. No, don't you do that. There you go, that's more like it. I want to have those as straight as possible. Alright, so there's a little ring over there still left. Let's make it planar. Z. Ah, it's the bottom. Well, just move it around over here. Let's go to the top. And it's going to be a very simple one. It's just, I'm going to select the top, press grow, 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 and press planar, and there you have it. Press set. You can move this out of the way. So I'm going to move this out of the way too. And the reason why I'm moving everything out of the way is because you need to, well, it will be like a puzzle. You have to you'll get those different meshes and different objects in different places. So let's see. I'm going to unhide everything. I need to have this little button, of course. It will have a little place somewhere in the model. Let's select those two together, and I'll just select this guy, make it grow, and there's of course still a polygon that you can delete later on. Let's see, let's break it because it's still applied to that. On the back, which I will delete later on. And I'm going to move it in position like I have it over here. So it will be something like a little bit up. There you go. I can also just place it over there on the side. Alright, so we need to have this ring, which will reuse the cylinder as it is now. Press the face selection tool, go to this cylindrical map, press set, see if it fixes anything. It doesn't really fix anything, so we'll have to do that manually. We have this and these two to be a planar map. I'll move that out of the way in cylindrical map, like so. There you go. Looks perfect. So it will be a very small thing, and this will be maybe even smaller. It doesn't really need that much details because it's one little thing on the bottom. There you go. Maybe should replace it somewhere else because the others are also close to that. Get messy. I'm checking Steamworks tutorials now. This comment. Thank you for watching. Yeah. It's about time somebody demonstrated how to make shaders. Yes, I've been using 3D Studio Max for 9 years, but making shaders and getting it into game, I don't know at all. Well, basically, I'll show you later on also. To make those shaders in 3D Studio Max and to get those things, I use Spectrum Map and get it up to 100% and just use the spec map you made in Photoshop. And if you render it, it looks quite close to how to make it in game. For the glow map, you can do the same for what's it called? Well, later on I can show it over here. The self illumination map, it's quite close to the glow map that you can use and is applied in Jedi Academy. Well, and shader creating from scratch is basically adjusting shaders that are made in by Jedi Academy itself, and you can copy those shaders. It's also possible to create it from scratch in Shader AD. But yeah, this also is easier and faster to just copy those settings from the existing shaders that are inside of it. Right, let's move on. We just did everything, I think. Let's see, we did that. We can apply those two together. We did the pommel. We did the pommel cubes. We did the axe. So at this moment, it should be possible to have everything selected except this, the front, and these two. There you go. And now we can see all the puzzle pieces we have just made. There's still this guy, of course, but we'll delete it later on. Another thing we can do is just this, so the button also has sides. And let's see, that's well, that's messy. It's just on top. Deselect those. There you go. Just move this around. Alright, so now what we're going to do is place the puzzle pieces together. See, can I create it from there? No. Well, don't matter. This is the pommel over here. Or was that the pommel? I think this is the pommel. Yeah, that's the pommel. We're going to make that very small, and it's logical to place them below. So in Photoshop, you know which is which. This is it's the ring over here in the middle, and those things we can place them a little bit on top of that. So I'll just deselect this and move it over there and make that a little bit smaller. It really doesn't need much detail because it's basically on top of that. And what I mean with edge padding, I talked about it earlier on. It's basically leaving out some room for the texture to apply to. Because otherwise, if you have it very close to each other, the game can make the decision to get those textures merged a little bit. So it looks like the side of this is applied to the pommel also. And basically what we're doing with UV mapping is telling the game where to place the texture. So, well, this is going to be a little bit smaller, not too small. We don't want to spoil it. Yeah, maybe if you're good at puzzling, you'll be better at this than me. I never liked puzzling really, but it's actually the same process. Just place this guy over here, and we'll leave room for this guy in the center. There you go. And the small button, we can just place it over there. Well, this is the bottom. I'd say give it enough texture to be visible, but not too much. The top needs more pictures, needs more details. So we just rig it over here. Again, I'm keeping the scale right while when holding Control. Now I'm going to move this down and just place it over there. Maybe the other side has a little bit more room. Yeah. There you go. Well, done. That's how you make a new VW map. I'm going to save again. And I'm getting a dry mouth. So after it's saved, I'll just run downstairs, get a big glass of, I don't know, something juicy. Maybe I can do it right now because 3 Max is a little bit slow at the moment. Oh, don't do this. And if you're working with 3 Max together with me, I suggest you do the same. You don't want to crash and lose everything you just did. It's really demotivating if it happens. And there you go. Well, I'm going to get a drink. Maybe you can do the same. Be right back. am. Big, nice big glass. Perfect. So we just saved, and we're technically ready to create a texture. But before we do that, we're going to finish up the model. And to do that, we can collapse it. Collapse all. And I hope I don't screw up. And what it now does, you can't adjust the UVW map for now, but it just saves a lot of cage and it's easier to select those guys. Again, this model is now doesn't have the symmetry maps on it now, and this makes it easier for us to select everything over here and make it a different smoothing group than the other side. So this is 3, we're making 5, or maybe somewhere like 13, just to make sure the other sides aren't also used. And there you go, you have a very hard line on the side that way. Same applies to there, of course. It's going to be 3, 11. This is also 11. This is going to be 11 and 12. Or this is not going to be 11, and this is going to be 12. Like so. And we have to do exactly the same for this. So not 4. You shouldn't be 4. This is going to be 11. This is going to be 4 and 12. That's over here. It's going to be 12, I think. Yeah. There you go. So that's it. Another thing we can do right now is rename the object. So this is going to be X top, and select the box. Well, just now it's called box. I'm going to delete this. So which one of those two guys are having the UV map? I'm not sure. Ah, it's this guy. Right, so here's another drink. We have 7 viewers already. It's pretty nice. Okay, we're going to crystal top, and I'm going to select this guy and just delete this. We don't need to use this, and I'm going to mirror it again, just like I did, and place it somewhere nice, like so. I'm seeing it just needs a little bit more work, so let's do that first. You can see over here that this is inserted a little bit. I don't want that. Just collapse. I'm going to move this just a little bit to up, and maybe I can do the same over here and move it down. Not needed. Looks good that way. Maybe this is needed. Yeah, works pretty good. Maybe we can move this down a little. Get here a little bit more crystally. Look at that. Well, and then the back. We can just delete that polygon, which is on the back. There's a giant polygon over here. Just delete that. And if everything is right, he should keep the same UV maps. Use the check it. There we go. It's really good to make sure you didn't screw anything up. So from now on, it will move pretty fast. Going to, after I'm done finishing up the model, it will be done. It will move up very fast. Let's see. Let's move this a little bit more down. There you go. It will now also have the same texture as the other parts. And we're going to call this ring 1 down. And instead of just copying those settings, oh look at that, it just did. I can just delete those. It will still have the same texture, so don't worry, I won't lose it. I'm just going to select element, and like I did before, shift drag, clone to element. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller, not too small. That's good. And I'm going to let's see. Well, I can just copy it again. Clone to element, and I'm going to detach it. Okay. Click this. There are so many ways of doing this, so you don't have to really go with one. Doesn't matter at all which one you're using. So I'm just going for this. I'm going to attach this guy over here, and now I'm going to delete the polygon, the 2 polygons that are inside of it, because you won't see them, and it will be shame to let the game calculate those guys instead of using it. And what I just did in a few seconds, maybe I should go back and show you. I deleted the polygon which was in the middle by selecting this, deselecting this, and deselecting this. It's already gone now. And I'm selecting everything which is over here and pressed weld. So what it should do, and isn't doing right now, because I think there's still something inside of it. Yeah, there's 2 polygons selected, 0 polygons selected. I'm selecting those, pressing weld, and it should have 48 less, so 8 of them are selected now. And it needs another smoothing group, of course, because we just created and attached them again. There you go. And it probably will keep the same textures again, so it doesn't matter which texture. Ooh. Let's hope I didn't screw anything up right now. Nope. There you go. If I select this, or if I select those, the top, it will still have the same texture map. So that's cool. Let's make me share this broadcast to another guy real quick. There you go. Not sure if he's going to respond, but if he is, it will be nice. I'm talking about more rabbits, by the way, for the guys who know me. Right. So we did that. We copied the textures from there. We adjusted the texture from there. We did that. Everything is basically ready. So I can collapse it. And this is everything is collapsed, I think. Yeah. I can attach the crystal to each other. So it's one big model. Let's just call this rings down. And I can also attach it to this, but let's just see how our thing goes right now. So I'm going to select this, and I'm seeing 174 polygons selected. And let me calculate it real quick on my laptop. I've got this shortcut, so I'm going to use that. So it's 174 multiplied by 2, it's 348 multiplied by 2, it's 696. Will be close. It will be close. I think it might be possible. I think I don't have to divide anything for this model. Just in case, I'm going to show you how everything works. If you have a giant model with a lot of detail and it has more than 500 polygons, you just select one of the pieces that has a different smoothing group, and you go to collapse it. No, I mean detach it. You're going to call it Saber, W, up, or anything you want, and then you'll leave left with this guy and say Saber, W, down. And just for easy purposes, I'm just going to attach this. So just reacted on it. Okay. You won't watch it from the beginning tomorrow. So yes, all right. Everything is done and ready for Photoshop. And I'm going to show you how to get a basic texture, a poly and wireframe texture for to work with in Photoshop. So you've done everything and everything is ready, everything is finished. I'm going to select the entire model, everything, go to UV editor. There you go, there's everything again. And I'm going to select, let's see, Tools, Render UVW Template. And I'm going to make it 124 by 124 template. Everything like there is okay. Render UV template. So this will create a very basic texture for your model. You can even apply it if you want, but let's just save it. And I'm going to save it as texture, or let's call it Saber, and save it as a JPEG. Over there. I'm pressing OK, and now it's saved. And what we're going to do now is we're going to Photoshop. So maybe it's good to skip back to the PowerPoint. Let's see. I hope it doesn't crash. Photoshop texturing. So doesn't really work that well, does it? I'm hearing it's crack and everything. Ah, there you go. Alright, so Photoshop texturing. We're going to start simple. So it's basically we're going to block things out. We're going to make solid colors and everything, make it as solid as possible. Then we're going to create some gradients, like black and white gradients, and pass them over. And eventually we can create our own texture maps for metal or things like that. We can pick textures from the internet, and you can make a few masks and make those masks and overlap with masks. I'm going to show that and shadows and highlighting. So also very important because it will give character to your entire model. And something else I'd like to show you is shaders and how to create those shaders. So on the way we go, we'll see some things that we want to make them shine more and make them maybe even glow. For example, like I showed you the reference in the back, I'd like to have that crystal glow a little bit, and we can do it very easily in the shader. And the spectrum map will just create it from a shader from the Stormtrooper. And well, let's get going. So to get the texture you just made in Photoshop, we're going to open it. And there's a model, saber.jpg. I'm going to open it up. And now we'll wait. There you go. So I'm going to scroll around a little bit. Maybe you're familiar with Photoshop, maybe you're not. Just a little bit of information. Maybe while you're working with and watching me right now, you can just click Photoshop and it will start. And in the meanwhile, you can check out what I'm doing here. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the things we'd like to have a color, solid color, and basically make everything solid colored, so we can give them effects and use them as mask. And I'll switch to my bamboo right now because it's really easy for me to work with them. If it's enabled, it is. There you go. Maybe that's the no, works fine. Okay. So what I'm going to do, without further ado, is I'm going to select this entire big piece over here. To do that, we can just click this, the rectangle tool, make it a color, no stroke, just give it a gray color. I'm going to paste over it. And edge padding is basically making the shader, making the texture a little bit bigger than the UV map. So that's placed over it, and you can use different types of effects over it, so lines and the back will still show. It's going to be important because we want to have this detailed. And to have this detailed, we're going to make a new layer. Pen tool. I'm going to select this, going there, 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 and there, and make its shape. Now I can adjust the color, make it a little bit darker. There you go. Now let's go to the crystal over here. I'm pressing R to rotate me around. Get a better view on the thing. Just going to here, 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 here. And it's really easy to work with vectors because well, if you use the pen tool, you always can just copy the wireframe easy while edge padding it. So this is the top of the model. Let's just add another guy like this on top of it. I'm not going to pay that much attention to it yet. So there you go. This is the button, if I remember it right. Well, just make it very cliche red. There you go. Shape. I'm going to make it red, like so. Just make it real solid red. Even maybe a little bit yellowish. Oh, let's go. There you go. I'm going to do the same with the axe. I'm going to press it here, 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 and just listen. And just keep a little bit space between the edge and the real UV map. The UV map and the texture you will apply to. I'm going to give this a shape, color, a bit more darkish. Copy this as Alt, shortcut Alt and drag, and I'm going to copy this on the other side like so. Now I can apply those together, merge them, and you will have something like this. So I'm just going to continue on this. If you're working on your own model right now, I'd suggest you just try to get a little bit into the modeling tools I just gave you, the grips. Maybe you can try around some more. Right. So let's make this a little bit more darkish gray. This is the top. Well, we'll be having a little bit more detail on the top, so I'm just going to make this a group. So the group is called Saber underscore top, just to make it clear for myself. And there you go. Going to create another basic layer over here. And make it a shape. Again, I'm going to make it a little bit darker than the rest. Well, I can actually copy this guy over here, make it smaller. It doesn't really need that much work as of now. So there you go. Just place it over here, and well, let's just check how it looks in 3D on the model. So I'm going to save this as a PSD. Yes, 3D Studio Max is able to read PSDs. Since it's not that big, I can just do this. And well, we won't be using this reference background anymore. And I'm going to place this exactly in the middle. So I'm just going to call this group Saber. Wherever it is just group, add to group, save, and then I insert a name. Now you can select a move, and let's see. Well, it has its everything over there. The XYZ, what's called the transformation. I just placed zeros over there, and now it's exactly in the middle. So everything looks fine. Now I'm going to apply the texture to the entire thing. So I'm going to make a new, select one of those slots, go to diffuse, bitmap, saber.psd. So that's the thing we just created. Yes, I want collapse layers. I'm going to select it all and assign material to selection. And now show standard map in viewport. So that's how it looks right now. Still needs a little bit work, a little bit much work, but you get the picture. And everything looks fine. There's nothing stretched out or anything weird yet. Right, let's continue. So let's see if I want to do this to the bottom of it. Just going to add it like so, and add another one like so. Maybe I have to adjust those layers a bit. Just this guy, just a little bit outside, and let's see. It's also done. It's the bottom and over there and there. I get it. Alright, so let's make another cube over here for the small cubes on the bottom. So just call them lower cubes. We call this lower wings. And we can copy this over here. This triangle, this cylinder, this circle-like thing. Place it over there. like so. And what is very nice is if you press Ctrl S in Photoshop while working on it, and you go to 3D Max, it will just refresh and you'll see the model applied. You see the texture applied to the model. Right, so seeing I have a little bit of a mistake over here. I can open it up, move the crystal, rotate a little bit. Don't have to use this anymore. Now for certain. There you go. Alright, so let's add some detail to it. Let's start out with the X. Will be nice. So to do that, I'm just going to select this mode, going to double click it, and yes, I am going to apply very basic Photoshop filters and such things. I'm going to use this chisel, chisel hard, chisel soft. Well, let's just say chisel hard. And I want it to have global light, like so. We can just check out how that looks. There you go. Oh, it starts to have a little bit more detail to it. On the top, looks a bit screwed up over there. I like how the sides are done. And basically it's just applying filters and those kind of things. Another thing you can do is just open a new document. And I'm also going to show how I work with most of my models. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if what I'm doing is totally legal, but it works. So if anything could tell me whether or not it's legal, you'd help me, and a lot of guys out here out with it. So let's just we're going to add noise to this empty field. I'm going to create an iron texture, by the way, steel texture. Just make it gray, add noise, not too much. Let's just say I'm going to add 9, and I'm going to blur, motion blur, and add a little distance. Now I'm going to select this, Ctrl T for short. Let's copy it first. I'm going to stretch it out. Let's do that again, just to make sure it's completely stretched out, and there's nothing weird showing, like an alpha mask or so. So I'm going to save this. I can just maybe adjust some of the details a little bit, like so. Leveler. I'm going to do it very basically. Just a little bit of contrast. Maybe you can do the same with this. Contrast, brightness. It previously works better. There. Right, so now I'm going to apply those things, flatten it. I'm going to define pattern. I'm going to tell steel texture. And what I can do now is just open this up, add pattern overlay, and select it from the menu. Well, it's not correctly everywhere, but let's just change that. Let's see, I made a 500 by 500 texture, so I'm going to tell the game I'm going to tell Photoshop to use a 50% by 50% rectangle in a fixed size. Only 50%, 50, 150, 50, 50%. There you go. And with the ruler tool, I'll just click and drag, and I have exactly a copy in the middle. I'm going to drag those guys along with Alt in the corners, so every corner is applied to the same place. I'm going to make a seamless texture. So get that, and you see there's a giant line running around that, and I'll just cover this up with a content aware brush. And let's go. Still looks bad. Alright. Let's try it again. Flattened image, content aware, and again, again. Well, this will have to do then. Looks like it's a little bit dusted out like that, so let's make it look messier even to make up with it. Well, looks messy enough, I think. Steel too. Apply another pattern. We'll get to gradients later on. There you go. And I can size it up any way I want. I can adjust it. And now we're going to move to this guy over here in the center. I can show what it looks like now. Looks a little bit like this. So brushed steel that way. I think looks pretty well. So this is the hilt itself in the middle. I'm going to give this a gradient, and I'm going to make the angle 0. And now I'm going to play around with colors. You can also just use one of these. It's one of the basic, more like bluish things. Just copy that over there, and I'm going to make it light up a little bit over there, and I'm going to use this slider a little bit. Let's just make this a little bit less bluish. Make this a little bit less. To the right a little bit more. Well, you get the picture. Just moving around some of the colors and just change the tones, the highlights, and try experimenting with it a little bit. So let's see. We want to have this multiplier. We're going to make this smaller. Then you notice that it shouldn't be multiplied, but a little bit more lighten up. Not too much. Let's try this out. So I saved it, Ctrl S. Well, it needs a little bit more contrast. So I'm going back to here. Well, I can also just make a levels modifier, make it clipping mask, and play around a little bit with the settings. But I have to merge those two together. So release, merge, and now I'm going to play with this. This looks like a specular map, like so. But we don't want to make a specular map, we're going to make it look like a diffuse. So, like that. Oh, there you go. And if I make it look flat, you can check it over there. You can see how it looks in mod view and programs like that. So let me check the comments real quick. Alright, so Mazoot 121. Yeah, well, there is a shader program. Mazoot asked, so shaders is materials. When I heard shaders, I first talked about shader programs. Well, basically I will work and show a little bit about the shader editor later on. Yeah, so shaders is basically the way another texture is applied. So you have got a specular map. A specular map is basically a texture that exaggerates the shadows and the highlights much more from the rest. It makes a big difference between those two colors, and when you apply that shader file in 3ds in Jedi Academy, it will show those highlights when there's light shining on it, and those darker colors won't do anything at all. So that works really well when making skins, when you have a skin that really shows like a human skin. It doesn't really light up the actual skin texture of a person, but it will let those iron and steel parts shine a little bit. That's basically what a specular map does. I'll show you later on what the difference is and how to create that. Let's adjust this guy a little bit more. I'm going to make this size a little bit bigger, making it look a little bit more badass. While you're seeing I'm using too much a little bit now. I shouldn't exaggerate. Let's see. Those darker bits should be less dark. The shadows. Let's make it less dark over here. I want them dark, but I don't want them too dark. And again, I can adjust it later on. So let's make that crystal. I was thinking about using the same technique as how I made it in 3ds Max. I'm going to give this guy a bevel emboss. Bevel and emboss. Chisel hard. Move it up. And I'm going to give this guy a map. It's a very small brush. And I should be able to make a few lines running across this. Like so. Now I can, I hope, go away Skype, I don't need you. I can use this. I'm going to select inverse and apply texture to it. I'm going to make this, turn this out around for a few degrees, like so. And in here I'm going to press. There we go. So it gets a little bit of a flowery shape. And now I'm going to check how it looks like. It doesn't look anything like I did it there. Let's see. Why does he do that? Okay, I see it already. Right, what we need to do is we need to have those textures. How do you explain it? These sides shouldn't be cutting make a mask, just going with the selection tool inside of it and selecting everything. And now I'm going to press this up. Now I'm going to something. Let's clean it up with the brush, shall we? So that's really why I say it's really useful to have a small brush with you. A small Wacom tablet helps you do such things as cleanups and give it a little bit more of a texture, which is handmade. Okay, so depth shouldn't be too big, it shouldn't be too small either. Let's make it so. It appears like that. You're safe. It will have an opacity later on, so looks quite well already. Well, let's just give him a little more color in the wall thing. So basically we're going to select this guy, get another color on top of it, make it a white color, go to multiply, and we're going to select this again, inner glow, precise, more softer, and we're working it from the center. And we're making this a little bit yellowish. Let's see how it is over here. Made it blue and made it like purple, yellowish color inside of it. Now we can change the way it shows the texture over here. Looks pretty cool. Let's see. Just do it a color dodge and just find something that works good with this guy. Well, you can almost already see where I'm going with a glow map. Basically what I'm going to do then is save the glow map as one JPEG and just that glowing piece, and it will show, it should be way less, then it will show like it's going to color up everything from the inside. I think it's, there you go. And probably I can do the same with this. Just move this mask down a little bit. I'm not sure what just changed, but let's go to this, and I want to have this smaller. Can I also get those things back? No. Right, well, that sucks. Let's see. That's what I wanted to have. So basically what I did, I just adjusted the the mask to so the edges I just made doesn't apply with the rest. Let's see. Make this a little bit smaller still, but more, not too much. There you go. And move this up. Let's check it out. Well, this looks a little bit more like a crystal, doesn't it? Let's make this a little bit more less depth. Change the size. It's not really much to change. Well, and of course I can give him another inner shadow from the center and just make it white or green or purple. Let's just make it purple, shall we? Let's see what kind of strange effects we can achieve with it. So let's make it a color dodge. And apply it over there. And we're going to make this a little bit bigger. And make it less big. There you go. Alright, let's go continue on the button, because as of now it doesn't really appear that much. I'm not sure how many guys of you are now still hanging around. I suggest just to do some things in the meanwhile. Maybe get a drink like I just did. Maybe you're just listening right now. There isn't really much new stuff unless you are completely new to Photoshop. It's basically just giving effects, giving a nice look. In a few seconds I'll be giving him a leather texture, and the more time spent on it, the more detail you get out of it. So that's the last piece of my drink I got a few moments ago. So yeah, maybe if you're completely new to this and you haven't made mods since ever, and this is everything I'm doing here is completely new to you, I'm planning to create something of a more shorter version, like a real series of about character modeling in the future. So that will be during the summer or so, and I try to make new episodes every week during that time. And I'll just make cuts. I can also make a stream, just depending on how much interest there will be in it in the future. But that's all. That depends on what I want to do, on what others like to see. In case you want to get in contact with me, you can always click subscribe and maybe talk with me from here. I'm not sure how this works. This is completely new for me. So there's another place I'm really active at, and that's the EFF clan. It's a Jedi Academy clan. Maybe some oldies of you, oldies around you, amongst me, are familiar with it. I've played there in the past. Still pretty much active. There are a lot of players. It's a really tight community. So if you don't have a clan yet, I'd say check it out. You won't regret it. you'll also see a lot more of my work in that place. So let's see, what do we have here? So we have this. Go hide this. Let's move this guy. Back. It's not completely the way it should be, because it should be extruded and then inside. So just copy this and make this a little bit smaller so it applies to this. Over there, like so. And I'll name it this and make it extrude. Change the size a little bit. Opacity up. Try it out. There you go. It's more like it. Right now, let's make a little flick. A little place where the switch can move around in. I'm just going to draw that. Would you look at that? Ali Rappy is still watching. Amazing. Let's see. I'm going to make a small few lines. And I can make it, give some effects to this. So let's make it an emboss down. And give him a nice gradient, nice and dark gradient, entirely black, not entirely gray either, like so. And if I adjust that, it will look like it can switch. Yeah. Alright, something else I'd like to apply. I have to get this from my laptop now. You saw it over here. I can show you what I'm trying to extract. Is this this thing over there? It's a symbol I made for my character, for the character I'm creating this lightsaber for, Vulcan. You'll see it when I get this guy in game. Let's see. We need to get this from JKA. No. Where did I save it? Maybe my desktop. On the Simiri Meadow. I think I can probably get this also from here. Why did I think about it earlier? Let's see. Probably is this group 7. If I disable it, it's a smart object and I can see something reddish over there. Disable layer mask. Yes, it is. Right, so I'm just going to open this. As you might be able to see, it's just a letter V for Vulcan. New Vulcan Saber, and I'll just save it as a JPEG called Vulcan symbol. Let's just save it as PNG. Works better. It's also possible to get this guy entirely from nothing, but I probably use this symbol more than once on this lightsaber. So there you go, saved. Going to open, I'm going to place this Vulcan symbol. placed over here. So as you saw here, I have some sort of mask which makes it look like it's messy. I'm going to do the same to this. I can copy this mask over here, but of course you want to see how I create it. To do this, I just go to Chrome. Hope it doesn't crash, like it often does. Well, it looks like it does crash. Come on. There you go. You can do it. Luke Skywalker looks really creepy on this picture. Can I? Yes, finally. Almost forgot what. Yeah, dirt texture. Damn. I'm already doing this stream for 2.5 hours. So, in case you're sitting here, we're already here for 2.5 hours. So, is it still crashing? It's still crashing, isn't it? Yes, it is. Dirt texture. Got a T there. Dick butt. Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, dirt texture. I really need to update my computer soon. There are a lot of things I can't do because it's getting slow. Chrome especially. But hey, I'm having 3 things open at the same time, which is actually asking a lot of things, including Chrome. Well, it really isn't cooperating, is it? Maybe I can do this on my laptop then. Copied it over from my Dropbox. Let's just do that instead. It's going to take too long for me. I don't want to hold you guys up. Let's see if my mouse still working. Yes, it is. Oh, and now you do cooperate, huh? Alright. Still takes forever. Alright, let's well, to get a good looking texture, I just Google dirt texture, scroll a little bit up and down, and when I see something I like, just don't go exaggerate with the resolution. I just click one of those, copy this. There you go. And I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to make this a smart object, open it up, and now I'm going to make magic wand, look for something as messy as this, yeah, refine edge, and if you check refine edge, if everything works well, I'm not sure if it does. Shift the edge around. It's really Minecrafty though. So weird it just selects those cubes. Ah, I see already why. Like that. Smart object, smart radius, and on shift edge we're going to minus it, and as much as you can we want to have it real messy. Right, just apply this, refine, shift edge, smart radius going up, and and I'd say almost there. Well, I can work with this. And while we have this selection, I'll just go make alpha mask, and it will look something like this. Save it, and now it will have, in this place, we'll have the same messy appearance. I'm going to resize this. I'm going to control click this, and now I'm going to apply that on the alpha mask on the Vulcan symbol. I can invert it, and now I don't really need this anymore. There you go. Now it looks like it's painted on, and it's now wearing down a little bit. So let's place this entirely on top, and we're going to move this down a little, make it a little bit smaller. Saber top. No, we don't need a saber top, we need this guy. So I want to see where it looks. There's one thing, and one side note is that this texture, this symbol, will be applied on both sides. So if I place it on the left side, it will be on the right side on the other side of the model. So I'm just going to place it in the middle to keep everything look nice. And this is placed probably behind the crystal that way, but because it will be opaque later on, I can also just adjust that. And copy this map, paste it as an instant, and show it, and place it over there. Sorry. And there you go. And we'll have something like this later on. I can check it out with colors, like so. And of course, if you check it with the smooth and highlights on, it looks a little bit more realistic. If you're into that stuff, of course. Alright, so let's give this guy something like a leather texture for the hilt, because pure steel doesn't really handle that that nice. So let's see, we want to make this a little bit more opaque. I'm going to make a new folder, new what is it called? A new group, and I'm going to call this leather. So there you go. And I'm going to make an well, where should we place it? This is the model. There's a ring in the middle over here somewhere. We want it on the bottom of it. For starters, not entirely on the bottom, like here, and then until here. Just look at things. Look at it now. How it looks. It looks pretty close the way I want it. A little bit down. Maybe try to get as close to this guy as possible, so it's on the same level. Just a little bit more. There you go. And we'll have to find the position of this and clear that out. So I'm just going to make a layer for this. It's inverted. I think it's somewhere over there. Yeah, well, it's close. Let's see. going to select this, so and invert it. Well, I don't need a vector really, just need a cube. There you go. If I invert the colors, everything when I move out will be white. There you go. And now we're going to create a nice leather texture. So we can close this, and well, we can use this as background. Let's I'm not sure how everything works right now. Look, appears like my network is currently not working in my laptop. I'm not sure if it still works on my computer. Let's check that out real fast. Won't be nice if that works, if it doesn't work suddenly out of nothing. So yeah, well, just to give you a little bit of information about why I'm surprised right now, is my little brother just moved to our attic, and on our attic there he had a very bad reception for the Wi-Fi. So yesterday we went to Zwolle, a city close by to us. We took the train, and oh, there you go, it's back again. Well, shouldn't pay that too much attention. Anyway, my little brother back then thought it was a good idea to get a Wi-Fi enhancer, and well, yesterday evening when we got back, we tried to install it, but we had a lot of problems with it, and our own network, our own Wi-Fi didn't stop working suddenly out of nowhere, and everything was going wrong. So my brother and I, yeah, well, I got a little upset because I thought, well, if nothing works, I can't give this broadcast tomorrow, so that sucks. But everything works out. I'm still here, so well, just let's copy this, and I'm going to give that texture a little more detail. So this looks a little bit like something like a cow texture or so. And I'm going to create it like first of all make it black, and then I'll try to get a little sort of pattern in it. So I'm going to do this, and now let's make a pattern. So just make something like let's think about that for a second. We have that, right? I'm going to create this. I'm going to give this a layer stroke. I'm going to make that white, and I'm going to make it inside. Inside, very good. Make it a little bit small, and I'm going to create a layer out of that, out of the rectangle. We'll just have to select this and invert the selection and delete it from there, and delete the rectangle. And now we can copy this guy over here. Not entirely, of course. Alright, let's try it again. These two. I want this select. No. My computer is getting a little bit slower now. let's invert this. There we go. I can delete the rectangle now. I can place this on the 245, 250. That's the center one. What's it called in there? Yeah, sure. Just go that way. Works also. There you go. And now I'm going to make this a little bit turn. And I hope I'm right. It should be possible to make a pattern out of this. So if I make this black, and I'll just rasterize the layer style, and now I say define pattern. I'll just say leather details. Go to this pattern, scale it down to like 50%. You'll have something very extreme like so. And now I can use this, reuse this, to create an alpha mask. We're doing that on that guy. Defer that, and I don't need this. I can make a background now for the leather. Just go with gray or black, something between that. And we can give this another layer style, like a gradient or a bevel emboss. Move the size down a little bit, like so. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to merge this again. Yes, discard hidden layers, and do the same thing as I just did with that other texture. So basically we'll combine those four together to create a new one. So how good everything will work out is something to be questioned, but who knows, it might look very good. Maybe I shouldn't make it that big. Replace. Maybe I should make it like so. There you go. And let's try to get that done. Try to get that line out, and maybe come on. Right. Let's flatten the entire image. Try it again. There you go. Now it does it. Now it works. And this is just basically using the content aware brush to cover everything up. Doesn't really need to be that detailed, just to get an impression of texture, a sensation of texture, like so. If everything works well, you can now leather texture, move back to here, open this, pattern overlay, and we can select this, make it very small. Well, there's this levels thingy that is interfering with it. And there you go. Look at that. Looks amazing, doesn't it? Maybe make it a little bit smaller, like those are straps. Give this another bevel emboss inside. Move the size around. And now I'm going to save it again. Go over here. And there you go. Let's move this up so it's really black and white. Get these differences between each other. Well, there you go. Doesn't look too bad, I must admit. So there's that. I'm going to check the comments real fast again. Yeah, like Steamworks tutorial says, shaders are the effects given to materials, and shader affect how materials look in game. It's exactly like that. Yeah. Basically, yeah, you'll see later on if you stick around how everything comes together later on. So let's move on this guy. Let's see. I noticed how this is more orange, this is more red. So I'm going to change this to red. Stay the same with my original concept. Looks pretty nice. And what this button can also have is, of course, a little pattern beneath. Just go for the same steel texture, and I'm going for color burn or something that works. Oh, sorry. Maybe I drank too fast. I've drank too fast. Right, let's just play around with those colors. There you go. Looks pretty nice. And then move it down because we wanted to have a little small detail. So it's not that solid, like it's not plastic, but it's another like copperish button over there. So the appearance is already looking pretty neat. There's no real seam on it. Well, there is one maybe, which I can change over here. And that's what I mean with edge padding. Maybe you've used a lot of these layer styles, and it is possible that then Photoshop doesn't also see it that really well that way. And I should keep distance, of course, from the bottom of the hilt. Let's do it like that. I'm going to save it again, and of course it's solved. There's a very thin line. You maybe even didn't see it, but yeah. If you're in game, those lines can become a little bit bigger, and that's something that you don't want to have. So that's on steel. On steel, there's a small ring on top. Maybe it's a good time to check out these rings. The rings which will be applied over here. Those guys, the pommel, and I can maybe adjust the color of that thing on top a little bit. Let's just do that now. An easy way to do that, to adjust the color is just to select the place you want to have the color change. So I'm just saying that. Solid color, and I'm going for more grayish appearance, and just move this around. Change the opacity. I can also make it white and then give it a multiply effect over here. And once you do that, you can open it again and give it a color like so, and then choose it from here. So this might even work better for you because there's there are more things you can do this way. Maybe let's just add a little shader over here, because we'll move up over here to the X, so it appears like it has a little bit of shadow on it also. Let's try it out. We can even give it a little bit of a color, maybe a little bit copperish, a little bit of yellow through with it. Not too much, just like that. Now it appears like it's all shaded. It's brown. Well, I don't want it brown. I want it to be copperish. Real copper. Ah, there you go. That's more copper. And again, the specular map will exaggerate those highlights and details later on. Let's see, let's move over here. We have those effects. I'm going up. We have the lower cubes, which of course are the same way as I did most of my 3D cubes. Let's make them black, because most of the Jedis have those two things black. We can entirely black, and then we'll check this out a little bit more. Chisel hard, opacity down, so it will move exactly at those edges. And I'm going to save it, and we'll check it out. There you go. Well, it still needs a little bit more work. The highlights need to be a little bit more lighter. So, whoops, not that slider. We have to adjust the size of it, and the screen shall be normal more, and we can even make it a little bit more gray, so you can see it a little bit better. Give it this color burn and the pattern down. Not too much, of course. That's having a more rigid appearance. Well, slowly everything comes together, and we're almost 3 hours straight. Well, at the first I thought it might take 2 hours, but we're almost 4 hours through. Let's continue fast. Let's see. Well, probably you get the idea. I already showed some of the textures, some of the techniques. Maybe you're just at this moment you're just watching and you're just listening, and you're thinking, well, I'll just try around with my stuff. For now, I'm asking you again to come back to the tutorial. I'm going to skip the texture. Most of the textures I can continue working on them later. I'll just show you how to compile this stuff. Also show you, I'll try to get something like you can skip to this point, like right here. Right, so we're done with the texture for now. I'll continue on them later. I'm going to save this as just as JPEG, like so. Don't show it, yeah, just replace it. Right, now second thing we want to do is make a specular map. So to make a specular map, we're going to levels up here, and I'm going to adjust it here. So the highlights are exaggerated over here, and the other things are barely seen. Now I don't want it to have entirely, I don't want it to be entirely gone. So I'm going to adjust this just a little bit, and the glow should be over, not over here. Let's see, where's the glowy part? There he is. Let's just make it instead. Right, this is going to be our specular map. Save as saber dot underscore spec. Right, and I'm going to save another for the glow. So this is the normal diffuse map, and we're going to copy these two, scroll all the way to the top. I'm going to make a background so that doesn't appear anymore. All the way to the top, all the way. Come on. There you go. So we need this to be 100%. We just need the glow. So to do that, we just select this, and I'm going to delete this. The baffles aren't necessary. The inner glow should be just normal. Inner baffle shadows, well, we don't need this. We do need this, however. Well, let's just go back. Right, he doesn't want to go back. Inner glow. This is the yellowish color. Right, the purple color. That is the inner glow. Let's just give this guy another glow. Outer glow. And make this a little bit purplish. Adjust the size. Let's make it a little bit more lighter, because we don't want to lose some of the detail. We want to add detail. I don't see any difference whatsoever. clear. Alright, so that's what's going on. Yes, just do this. I'll make a white layer, and I'll give it a multiply thingy. Inner glow. Send from the screen share. There you go. Wow. I'm currently reading my computer. Something went wrong. I'm not sure what happened. Sometimes my computer decides to crash. It's very rare, but that stuff happens. So yeah, I'm not sure if everything works. Ah, it works, and I can't see myself. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Well. Let's see if I can get back to that stuff as soon as possible. And in the meanwhile, try to get some stuff done you're doing yourself. I'm just going to check out some of the stuff. You know what? Let's make use of the situation to show you some places I'm really active at. First of all, this is the EFFclan.org, just showing you around. It's a very big community, like 50 or more people at this moment. I'm making use of this place also to reflect some of my stuff I create here. Maybe you've seen me on jkhub.org and saw So the great crate I've been working on, I've been continuing on that a few days ago. And meanwhile, I'll try to get everything ready on my computer again. Opening Photoshop, opening Max. One good thing about the Photoshop is that it is making copies and backups, and I'm making use of that a lot of times. This is my old skin at this moment. This is how I use it there. This guy is becoming very big, and I'm currently in the process of animating it. I can also show you my personal skin I'm using currently. Created this guy entirely from scratch. Vulcan, the Magic Dragon. That's how I made it up 4 years ago, and still pretty much alive. This is how it looks in game. You can check it out here on the forum personally. You'll have to go there because I don't really like to show those to have other people using my skin. It's a personal skin after all. Let's see. So my computer has started. It didn't start Photoshop yet. It didn't start with Max either. In the meanwhile, there are a lot of things going on for the skin pack. You'll see them popping up here on my laptop. This is skin pack I've been working on with 2 other guys, Blaze and Rose. It's also something that's already going on for like, I think, 4 years also. I can remember the first skin pack ever released, and today I'm also working on this with those other 2. Let's see. So Gretland has this new shader. Thank you, Marabus, for adding it. Yeah, that works. So let's see. Let's see if Photoshop is already working now. No, it's not. Alright, is 3 Max going on now? No, it's not either. Well, someone doesn't want me to do this. Anyway. Yeah, like I showed you, you can pick textures from the internet and to make a mask in 3D for anything you want. Maybe you want paint to look weird off, you can use this as a background and make a mask out of it. And later on, you'll find you can play on with the settings and get a really rough appearance. Yeah, and also another place I'm active on. Haven't been posting anything much yet, though. That's over here. JK Hub. It's full of mods, full of a great community. A lot of modding is going on there. There are also people who can help you out, also with the saber crafting, amongst me, but also a lot of other guys. So if you want to start modding, I suggest to look over here. And still my computer isn't cooperating with me at all. This is just great. Let's see. I'm surprised there are still 3 guys watching me. Anyway, yeah, this is a live stream after all. Some things can go wrong, and Murphy's Law, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. So there's a lot of tutorials going on here. There's also a lot of forums. You can introduce yourself over here, talk about what you do and what you want to do. You can try to help with other mods, like well, you might be familiar with the OpenJK. It's a giant community, becoming a giant community. Oh, look at that. My computer is finally trying to starting programs. Jedi Academy Enhanced is also very, I'm not sure what it is, but should be something interesting. Otherwise, I wouldn't have an entire subfarm over here. So let's see. I'm going to try to get to my computer. I'm going to change the USB port again. I'm going to try to resume it again. So let's see. How do we do this? I can maybe go from here, and I'll just turn the camera off. welcome back. Finally, it appears that yeah, my computer crashed. I'm not sure what the damage is. What I did see is that there's a lot of things. Oh, great. So he missed an entire. There was an entire thing missing right now. So that's the reason why I say save as much as you can. That helps a lot, and when you get to things like this, you won't lose a lot of stuff you're working on. Luckily, 3D Studio Max, both 3D Studio Max and Photoshop is having these things on the back. We'll just skip the glow mask for now. I'll have to do that later on. I probably couldn't save the PSD version of it, so that's too bad. I'm not sure about that. Maybe I did, but maybe I didn't. So we'll see how that works. Apparently 3D Studio Max just started. It's working again. It's working nicely. In the meanwhile, well, I already told you a lot about shadering. I already gave you a lot of information already. So I hope you're still in the vibe and you're still ready to concentrate. There are multiple instances of 3D Studio Max running, I think. Oh! Well, things could have been worse then. Come on, little bugger. There you go. And I was just thinking if it just was possible to just cut those things out, you know? Like putting in everything against each other. So, in case your 3D Studio Max crashes, there's always an out-of-back version of it over here. And let's see if I can find it. The most recent version, which was at Q2, is this one. So, alright. Apparently I also lost my PowerPoint presentation, of course, and we'll have to continue without. Isn't really that big of a problem, that much of a problem, since I can do this from the head. Anyway, I'm going to export this guy to a 3ds file. And to do this, you just go to click export. Yeah. You're going to the folder you created, your work folder. So for me, it's going to be new Vulcan Saber. You're going to save this as a 3ds file. So I'm going to save this as new saber model.3ds. Preserve Max's texture coordinates. Alright, so I'm assuming you already set up Gmax. In case you didn't, there's also a tutorial about how to do this. I can maybe cover it a little bit right now. And it's going to move really fast from this point. I have a lot of time that I have to make up for what just happened over here. Let's think. Yeah. So Gmax automatically install in your C drive. It's really easy to do that. I didn't even have to reinstall it when I last time reinstalled Windows. So there you go. We have that working. We're going to fire that up. Meanwhile, well, yeah, I can just move around, play around with this guy. Maybe I can show where the plugin should be. Yeah, plugins. It's really easy. You have Gmax plugins over here. There's going to be there you have to place the export md3.dle, and there's also a scripts folder, continue, which is called Quake3 ND3.ms. And what this guy does is basically import any ND3 files. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to File, just open up, I'm going to Import. And of course this program can import 3ds files. Come on. Right. And it's going to be placed in libraries, not computer, libraries, documents, 3ds Max, new Vulcan model, Vulcan Saberman, and there you go. We're going to import it. Alright. Infile 3ds inf blah blah blah. Alright, so right. That didn't work the way I wanted it. Let's see. What can this guy import also? It can import DXF, it can import BRJ and shapes. It can open Gmax files. Well, we don't need that. We need to export this to 3ds and we need to import it. So I'm not sure what's going wrong then. Maybe try again. Yes. Infile 3ds imp cpp. Alright. Well, this works. Kinda. There are some things that don't appear to be right, and the only thing that is doing that is the crystal. So we can adjust that, of course, and basically that's the size, I guess, and the overall appearance. Looks like this guy came out right, and this guy didn't. Well, very easy workaround. Just going to select this guy, go to Reset Xform. Don't crash on me. And I hope I can reset selected. Well, I can't. So I'm just going to apply this to the X top. Match materials ID to material to the modify materials. That works. Right. So I'm going to select this all again. I'm going to export it again. Yes, I want to place it. Okay. But that's a small chance that it will export it like that. Well, let's just retry. And it will probably work now. There you go. No warnings whatsoever. Well, in Gmax it's almost the same to get a material on it. You just go to the same, there's new, diffuse, and then you from there it's almost identical. So I'm going to new Vulcan Saber, and there you will have the Saber JPEG, which is the diffuse map. And we're going to apply it like so. Let's see, how did you do that again? I'm going to select this all. Hit apply. And there it is. Well, from there it's relatively easy to get this resized, and you'll have to make some tags. Well, I'll show you what tags is. I'm just going to run the script over here, and that's going to be the Quake3 MD3S file, MS. Re-click this, and we're to say load all. Now we're going to import a 3ds file. You can find these. In your LucasArts folder in a Packet3 file called, I think, assets 1 or 2 in the base folder, and then you go to models, players, not players, weapons 2, and then we'll just take any lightsaber you want. I'd go for Saber 1, and we're going to import it. So there's Saber 1. I'm not sure what's called in game, but this is Saber 1, and I'm going to delete this guy. This guy, and I'm doing these two. So if everything is right, there will be 2 models. There are 2 things right now in it. Well, doesn't look like it. So we have to import one again, because there should be 2 of those. There should be 2 tags for it. This is the Kyle Katarn saber, and you can see this one looks way better. So Kyle Katarn has 2 tags. It's one inside over here and one on there, and both these tags are necessary to get the lightsaber from. So first of all, you'll need to twist this guy up. So we're going for 180 degrees, and then just okay. And now I need to click this guy and this guy, delete those. I can also just freeze them. Let's just do that for a second. Right. So now I'm going to this view. I'm going to select everything of our model that we created in 3D Studio Max over here, and I'm going to resize it. So resize. I'm going to place it exactly in the same place as Kyle Katarn's saber. I wanted to have the same width on top. Also gets you an idea of how big the lightsaber will show in the game. So we'll just place it over here, move a little bit to the right. It will be a little bit longer than Kyle Katarn's saber, but not as thick. There you go. Now we have to do that again for the same position. So it's going to be right here. Just curious about how many watching. It's 3 are watching. There you go. I'm going to hide the selection. I'm going to take these. This is our little button. And of course it has to crash. Or doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Yay, it didn't crash. Well, I'm going to hide selection and freeze. I'm going to delete this and this. And now we're left with 2 tags, which is the tag parent and on top the tag blade. I'm going to unhide, and this entire thing, so this and this, everything everything except the tag, and that tag should, well, this guy should move a little bit more to the right. A little bit, just a little. There you go. That's it. This is basically what we did now is resize the model for Jedi Academy, and now we're going to export it. So go to export, and I'm going to create a new file in my base folder. I'm going to show you how this is done. You firstly create a models folder. Over here, get a lot of shit over here already. So models, weapons 2, and here you create a new folder called, for me in this case, Saber Vulcan Kiwa, or, well, doesn't really matter what. So I'm going to copy this directory, and I'm going to call it Saber. I'm going to call it model. I can rename it later on. It will be frame 0 and export now. There you did it. That's now we just exported the model. We just call it Saber, call it model, and we're going to open it in MD3 view. So when you never imported, never opened an MD3 file, you can also just right-click or just open it, and it will ask you which program do you want to open this file extension in. And then you just navigate to the place where you installed the Jedi Academy SDK on. I put the link in the description, and well, you just open it with MD3 view, and then it will look something like this. And it loads. There you go. As you can see, everything is working right. Yes, a button over here. Nothing is left out. Looks pretty good. Didn't texture that. As I said, I left a lot of textures out because it crashed for me, didn't just then. For now, we're going to create a skin file. Maybe you're familiar with it when you already made some reskins. Just go make a new text document. We're going to call it model skin. I'm not sure how I did it in the past. Let's check that out. 0W skin, doesn't matter what it's called. Right, and now we need to know with all the parts and all the part names. So we have X-top, should be in Gmax. So we have the X-top over here. We have the hilt itself, which is called Saber W up. We have the Saber W down, which is now called down. The rings are inserted with it, so it's all the same. We have the button over here, which is called box 01. Well, let's just go with it, doesn't matter what it's called. And the crystals are currently the same as the top, of course. Yeah. So what we want to do is we're going to give it the directory where it needs to find its texture. So in this case, it's models weapons 2 / Saber new Vulcan, I guess. What was it called? Saber Vulcan Kiwa. So another last name in case Vulcan is already used in forums or websites, something like that. So I'm going to copy this there, place it there, 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 and now we're going to save it. Just Ctrl-S. There we go. This is Notepad++ for your information. We're going to in this review, we're going to file import skin, and there is no skin. skin file. No, it's txt at this moment. We're going to call this .skin. Yes, I want to change it. And it says Saber Vulcan Kiowa not found. That's because I made a little mistake because I didn't rename it properly. So we want to open this up again, and we want to give it a name. So we just call it Saber. The default texture for it is Saber. There. And I'm going to save and import that texture we just created. Well, let's just make use of this situation to make it a little bit smaller. We don't want to give it a giant texture for such a small detailed lightsaber. We're going to save this as save as, and let's save this as Saber. And there you go. There we have it. Now we're going to import skin, and now it should work properly. And it doesn't. Saber.jpg, misschien. Maybe. There you go. Alright, alright. What's your problem? Let's check out some older file I used. saberw.png. That worked. Maybe I should remove those spaces. And of course, maybe the name should be the same as what it was called originally. I just want to open it again. There you go. Sometimes it's a lot of messing around, but finally I got it. Well, then you go export it as gold to GLA. You say yes, and you can open it. Same technique as opening it in an MP3 file. You can open it in mod view, and there you have it. That's the lightsaber. We're almost there. I can now decide to open it in game, and let's just do that because the 4 of you watching right now, yeah, that doesn't matter. I don't have to use it anymore. The 4 of you who are just watching at this moment, I'm now going to start the game, and I'm going to show the model in game. But before that, I almost forget this. And I'm getting really confused if I did. You need to have a new folder called xdata, and in it you have sabers, and in there you just you can open any saber file you have in Jedi Academy. I'll just open one of my own like this, and I'll change the name from this to what I call it over here. So in my case, that's going to be saber_Vulcan Kiowa. So I'm going to call this Vulcan Kiowa. The name is going to be Vulcan. This is the name how it appears in-game in your selection screen. And this is going to be the model it will be using. You can edit the sounds you want to use, and maybe you can even create your own files and put them in and use those. So that works really neat. The Academy 3 map also did that. Let's go to models, weapons 2, new, scroll down all the way, and we're going to call it model.glm. There you go. Should have done that anyway. Vulcan.zap. Here we go. We're going to launch the game, and it's going to appear in full resolution, in full screen, and that's not really the way I wanted it to be. There's some auto-execute file I use, and you can't obviously use your lightsabers you create on a server that doesn't have the lightsaber file installed as a mod. This is due to the placement of the tags in the lightsaber. There might be even a possibility that you can edit existing lightsabers and create something like a hack, but of course I'm not sure if it does, and it will work against you if you're unlucky. So I'm going to a very simple map. Just going to free-for-all terrain. I'm going to show you how it looks in game and just run around a little bit. And if it doesn't appear for you and it doesn't show, in case you're wondering, you have to create. You have to make the command sv_pure. I'll show you just in a sec. So that's sv pure, and for me it's 0, it's 1 at the moment. I'm going for 0. It's possible I need to restart my game because it doesn't appear over here. This is my old one. It doesn't, and of course it doesn't appear. So to get it, I'm just going to disconnect, and I'm hoping the sv pure is now 0, and it keeps at 0 even when I restart the game. And there you go. Well, I hope it appeared, but your goal instance has no model. It does. You're just too stupid to read it. I know. Got it. Well, an easy way to fix that. Just a little error I made because I'm hasty. Just save it again, disconnect, reconnect, make a new map, and it will work for you because it reloads. It reloads, it's all its CFGs, and there you go. There you have it. I'll just join the game. I made shortcuts for me to show you entirely how it looks. I might maybe even make it a little bit smaller. I want to wear my own skin, of course. There you go. Here's pretty good. The lightsaber shows like it should from the top. So I can choose to resize it a little bit, make it a little bit smaller, so it doesn't really break my neck when I swing it. You know, it looks really heavy. Also makes it look pretty cool. It still has some room for shadering, and I want to do that right now. So maybe a little close up, you can see over here how it looks. Alright, so shadering. I'm going to make the shader real quick. It's going to be very I might even skip the last piece of the tutorial just to save time, because there's so many things I need to do still. We're going to open the players.shader. Also, this is in one of the assets file in your base folder, your assets.pk3. You can open them in Pakscape. we're going to search for Stormtrooper. There you go. There's a Stormtrooper. So, well, the Stormtrooper, there's also his armor, has the same specular map as most of it, so we're just gonna choose this guy. The armor and the armor spec. I'm going to make a new file. I'm going to replace these lines and those names. Let's go to the progress folder first. Here's the spec. Well, I'm going to place the spec first in the folder I need it to have. So that's going to be Saber Vulcan Kiwa. Place it in there. Obviously you wanted to have a copy anyway. There you go. Now we're going to rename this to Saber _ Vulcan Kiwa. And we're going to change this to Saber. This is going to be changed to Saber. This is going to be changed to Saber spec. And now I'm going to save this as new Vulcan Saber.share. And obviously you can do the same as I just did, disconnect. And we'll go back to main menu and reconnect. Just had to make a little comment on my thing. Well, thank you Steamworks Tutorials for still joining me. It's nice to have a few people still hanging around with me. So, without further ado, let me show you how specular map works or doesn't work. It's barely visible. Maybe you can see it in the dark. Well, I think it works. Even though you barely see it, but it looks like it works. Maybe even better visible over here. What you need to pay attention to is the lightning of the higher things, of the highlights on the model. And it appears like it's working. Well, there's still a lot of work I can do with it. I can, for example, adjust this and make it light up a little bit more on its sides and make it a little bit darker. So there's a difference. And then, you're Captain Crazy. That's what's going on. All right, cool. All right, so this is working, and we could. You can see a little bit how the model of Jedi Academy is handled. On the top, you see, it's a plain model, but the lightning is still affected by it. So that's cool. So let's create and add a glow map. Let's see how much of the original PSD file was saved. And we're pretty much almost there. Well, that's not bad. It saved a lot of it, if not all of it. Well, I'm happy now. Alright. Let's copy this again for the second time. Move this all the way up. And I'm going to add a solid color, a black, and place it on below that. And now I need this color to be, well, what should it be? I can't have the bevel, the color overlay. Well, I do want the bevel, but I don't want it to have that way. Let's just add a white thingy, and then the multiplayer map, multiply map. And I'm just going to make an insert inner glow with a normal filter styles, and make a size low. There you go, like so. And I'm going to change the size to 512. Should have done with the spec map too, but well, anyway. It's too late to go back now. Right, so this, and we can add it a saber underscore glow. And it could be anything really. Doesn't really matter what you want to do with it. Alright, and now we need a shader that will make it appear to glow. So to do this, we can go in the textures for something, and I'll just check Imperials, and there should be somewhere a glow map. For example, the switch elevator green glow, or let's check out something maybe even better, which is here, light tie and light tie glow. And now we're going to Imperial.shader, and we're going to remember that as tie something, and there you have it. There is it. So this is the first stage, like I have here, and this is the second stage, which applies the glow. And we need to copy this stage, this shader stage is how it's called, and we're going to copy it and place it below, under this. So this basically gets this basically becomes the third glow. So I'm not sure why it's called. Ah, I see. This is not working either. So weapons 2, and we need to have this and place it over here. Here we're going to call this saber glow. Save it. And now I'm going to disconnect. Yes, crazy. This tutorial is able to be watched back. I will upload it to this channel. It will be quite big though, but I'll just check out if it works right. Well, something obviously happened with the shader. We can check out what it was exactly, probably when we joined the game. It is possible that the game needs to be restarted to get this right, and if that's the case, see in the show. There you go. Models, weapons 2, saber, Vulcan, Kiowa, saber has a stage with no image. That's what it says. That is models/disco. And make use of this of those errors. When there are errors, always check the console to see if anything gives a hint, and there you have it. It works. So I'm not sure how good it works. The specular map works, that's for sure. That's for certain. It doesn't look like the glow is working yet, though. Let's see. We did save it over here. Models, weapons 2, saber, new, full. Right, you don't want that. There you go. JPEG. This is the piece of equipment that should light up, but that's not really lighting up much. Well, there are other things you can also reuse. Obviously, there are a lot of shaders in the map in the shader folder, so you can always try to check those out. This is basically how to make a lightsaber. I just did it. So now I can just walk around, I can play with it and do some awesome tricks. Now you can see it quite suits my character also. If only I had a way to get this lightsaber placed on the belt or on his back, would be awesome. I can resize it anyway. I'm going to do that later on. I'm going to show you the last step, and that's compiling. So I'm going to quit the game. Everything is ready. We'll just assume I did everything a good way. I'm going to show you how to compile it. So to compile it, I'll just click something and open Pakscape. I make a new one. So press over there. Now I'm going to make a new object, models. And in models, I'll make weapons. Whoa, not weapons, weapons 2. Because that's what the lightsaber is. And now I'm going to move all the way from here. And I have Saber Vulcan Kiowa. Go in there, and you can, I can remove this, and I could remove this. But I'll just leave it in there for now. Another thing we want to add is the newly created shader. So that's shaders. And we'll just do shaders. There should be new Vulcan Saber, that's shader. There you go. And the last thing, don't forget, is new directory, extension data, sabers, and then we'll just paste this guy in. Now you go to save as PK3, and I'll just save it as tutorial Vulcan Saber. Save. Alright, so now you have the tutorial Vulcan Saber over here in your base folder. You can place it anywhere you want. You can also already upload it to Dropbox. It's relatively easy to submit it online. To place it in, yeah, you can place it in your Dropbox. You can place it anywhere you like, really. Let's see. Crazy asks, can probably be put on his back if you move the node on the rig. Yeah, probably, but I'm not sure if I want to move around with those kind of things a bit. I mean, there is a project which I want to do in the future, which involves an EFF skin pack, and well, I wanted to make a lot of people, show a lot of people how to do this and how to get such a lightsaber in game, get your model in game. The EFF skin pack will also be fully focused on getting the same and keeping the same gameplay as you get for the other lightsabers, because it is possible to get different damages and different reflections and such, give different gameplay when you have a different lightsaber. For example, if I would move around this stack over here and move it up, I will have more range than the rest of people. And if I move this guy up or down, it will place the position and also give me more or less damage and well, what's called range in game. So yeah, you can of course, move around those things, but it could actually destroy the entire gameplay. So that's why I prefer to just copy the same tags as Jedi Academy already has given. So let's see. I'll just show you how to submit such a file to JKHub. A lot of people are active on JKHub, and I'm especially not uploading it to something different like JK3 files, because let me sign in real quick. Oh yes, of course. This is just nasty. There you go. Don't try it. Don't try it. I know what you're thinking. So, there we did. We're online, and now I can go to my profile, my content. Go to Files, and let's see how I can do this. I'm not sure how to do this though, but this member doesn't have any files yet. Oh, of course, files, upload file. There you go. So in here you can just choose a category which you want to add. A lot of people also just make a RAR file, and yeah, just you can make a README for it and place it over there in your RAR file. Just place a lot of things like, well, I am the creator of those mods, I take full responsibility, etc. Everything what I make is not released by LucasArts of any sort, those kind of stuff. Well, then you just continue, you upload your file, and in the end you end up having billions of people downloading it. You could say you can upload some pictures of it, some screenshots to show what you've made, and yeah, just try around. Try to see how many people actually like it. So if you're interested in helping me out on such a future event, I'll keep you all updated on my profile, and which is over here. I will make some artwork for the background. I'll just make this guy a little bit more nifty to look at. Another thing I want to add is, of course, I'll make a normal series where I'll just skip to the point and just come more to the point, just to like 20-minute or 30-minute tutorial about how to create your lightsaber or your character or your map or shader or anything you really want. It doesn't matter. I want to cover everything and as much as possible to keep the modding community alive and to get more people involved in modding for this awesome game. So yeah, so basically I think that's it. I think I covered everything. I covered shadering, I covered peak tree, RARs. Yeah, so I think I'm done. I've shown everything. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them now, and especially you, Crazy, because you're very loyal to me. You've been watching the entire thing all through, so that's cool. So yeah, I'm not sure who the other two guys are. Maybe you can leave a comment so I know. Let me know who you are. If you're watching this stuff back, I'm sorry about my computer crash a few minutes ago. Sometimes it could have been more faster, and the texture creating took a little bit long, in my opinion. I think it might be I should have paid less attention to that, more attention to the class. But you know, I learn from everything what I do at this moment. And this is my first broadcast ever, and this is actually my first YouTube video ever. So you can even congratulate me. There will be more, and I will improve. I promise that. I'll make sure I'll improve. And well, I'm hoping to see you guys back in as soon as possible. So, boys, keep on modding.